Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, our quest takes us through a collection of old fairy tales written down by Hans Christian Andersen. Now, settle in, take a deep breath, and let's travel back to an age of myth and legend. The Child in the Grave. It was a very sad day, and every heart in the house felt the deepest grief. For the youngest child, a boy of 4 years old, the joy and hope of his parents, was dead. 2 daughters, the elder of whom was going to be confirmed, still remained. They were both good, charming girls, but the lost child always seems the dearest. And when it is youngest and a son, it makes the trial still more heavy. The sisters mourned as young hearts can mourn, and were especially grieved at the sight of their parents' sorrow. The father's heart was bowed down, but the mother sunk completely under the deep grief. Day and night she had attended to the sick child, nursing and carrying it in her bosom as a part of herself. She could not realize the fact that the child was dead and must be laid in a coffin to rest in the ground. She thought God could not take her darling little one from her. And when it did happen, notwithstanding her hopes and her belief, and there could be no more doubt on the subject, she said in her feverish agony, "God does not know it. He has hard-hearted ministering spirits on earth, who do according to their own will, and heed not a mother's prayers." Thus, in her great grief, she fell away from her faith in God, and dark thoughts arose in her mind respecting death and a future state. She tried to believe that man was but dust, and that with his life all existence ended. But these doubts were no support to her, nothing on which she could rest, and she sunk into the fathomless depths of despair. In her darkest hours she ceased to weep, and thought not of the young daughters who were still left to her. The tears of her husband fell on her forehead, but she took no notice of him. Her thoughts were with her dead child. Her whole existence seemed wrapped up in the remembrances of the little one, and of every innocent word it had uttered. The day of the little child's funeral came. For nights previously the mother had not slept, but in the morning twilight of this day she sunk from weariness into a deep sleep. In the meantime the coffin was carried into a distant room and there nailed down, that she might not hear the blows of the hammer. When she awoke and wanted to see her child, the husband with tears said, "We have closed the coffin. It was necessary to do so." "When God is so hard to me, how can I expect men to be better?" she said, with groans and tears. The coffin was carried to the grave, and the disconsolate mother sat with her young daughters. She looked at them, but she saw them not, for her thoughts were far away from the domestic hearth. She gave herself up to her grief, and it tossed her to and fro, as the sea tosses a ship without compass or rudder. So the day of the funeral passed away, and similar days followed, of dark, wearisome pain. With tearful eyes and mournful glances, the sorrowing daughters and the afflicted husband looked upon her, who would not hear their words of comfort. And indeed, what comforting words could they speak, when they were themselves so full of grief? It seemed as if she would never again know sleep, and yet it would have been her best friend, one who would have strengthened her body and poured peace into her soul. They at last persuaded her to lie down, and then she would lie as still as if she slept. One night, when her husband listened, as he often did, to her breathing, He quite believed that she had at length found rest and relief in sleep. He folded his arms and prayed, and soon sunk himself into healthful sleep. Therefore, he did not notice that his wife arose, threw on her clothes, and glided silently from the house to go where her thoughts constantly lingered, to the grave of her child. She passed through the garden to a path across a field that led to the churchyard. No one saw her as she walked, nor did she see anyone, for her eyes were fixed upon the one object of her wanderings. It was a lovely starlight night in the beginning of September, and the air was mild and still. She entered the churchyard and stood by the little grave, which looked like a large nosegay of fragrant flowers. She sat down and bent her head low over the grave, as if she could see her child through the earth that covered him, her little boy, whose smile was so vividly before her, and the gentle expression of whose eyes, even on his sick bed, she could not forget. How full of meaning that glance had been, as she leaned over him, holding in hers the pale hand which he had no longer strength to raise. As she had sat by his little cot, so now she sat by his grave, and here she could weep freely, and her tears fell upon it. "Thou wouldst gladly go down and be with thy child," said a voice quite close to her, a voice that sounded so deep and clear that it went to her heart. She looked up, and by her side stood a man wrapped in a black cloak, with a hood closely drawn over his face. But her keen glance could distinguish the face under the hood. It was stern, yet awakened confidence, and the eyes beamed with youthful radiance. "Down to my child," she repeated, and tones of despair and entreaty sounded in the words. "Darest thou to follow me?" asked the form. "I am death." She bowed her head in token of assent. Then suddenly it appeared as if all the stars were shining with the radiance of the full moon on the many-coloured flowers that decked the grave. The earth that covered it was drawn back like a floating drapery. She sunk down, and the spectre covered her with a black cloak. Night closed around her, the night of death. She sank deeper than the spade of the sexton could penetrate, till the churchyard became a roof above her. Then the cloak was removed, and she found herself in a large hall of wide-spreading dimensions, in which there was a subdued light, like twilight raining, and in a moment her child appeared before her, smiling and more beautiful than ever. With a silent cry she pressed him to her heart. A glorious strain of music sounded, now distant, now near. Never had she listened to such tones as these. They came from beyond a large, dark curtain, which separated the regions of death from the land of eternity. "My sweet, darling mother," she heard the child say. It was the well-known, beloved voice, and kiss followed kiss in boundless delight. Then the child pointed to the dark curtain. "There is nothing so beautiful on earth as it is here. Mother, do you not see them all? Oh, it is happiness indeed." But the mother saw nothing of what the child pointed out, only the dark curtain. She looked with earthly eyes and could not see, as the child saw, he whom God has called to be with himself. She could hear the sounds of music, but she heard not the words, the word in which she was to trust. "I can fly now, mother," said the child. "I can fly with other happy children into the presence of the Almighty. I would fain fly away now, but if you weep for me as you are weeping now, you may never see me again. And yet I would go so gladly. May I not fly away, and you will come to me soon, will you not, dear mother? Oh, stay, stay, implored the mother. Only one moment more, only once more, that I may look upon thee, and kiss thee, and press thee to my heart. Then she kissed and fondled her child. Suddenly her name was called from above. What could it mean? Her name uttered in a plaintive voice. Hearest thou? Said the child. It is my father who calls thee. And in a few moments deep sighs were heard, as of children weeping. They are my sisters, said the child. Mother, surely you have not forgotten them. And then she remembered those she left behind, and a great terror came over her. She looked around her at the dark night. Dim forms flitted by. She seemed to recognize some of them as they floated through the regions of death towards the dark curtain, where they vanished. Would her husband and her daughters flit past? No. Their sighs and lamentations still sounded from above, and she had nearly forgotten them, for the sake of him who was dead. Mother, now the bells of heaven are ringing, said the child. Mother, the sun is going to rise. An overpowering light streamed in upon her. The child had vanished, and she was being borne upwards. All around her became cold. She lifted her head and saw that she was lying in the churchyard on the grave of her child. The Lord, in a dream, had been a guide to her feet and a light to her spirit. She bowed her knees and prayed for forgiveness. She had wished to keep back a soul from its immortal flight. She had forgotten her duties towards the living who were left her. And when she had offered this prayer, her heart felt lighter. The sun burst forth. Over her head a little bird caroled his song, and the church bells sounded for the early service. Everything around her seemed holy, and her heart was chastened. She acknowledged the goodness of God. She acknowledged the duty she had to perform, and eagerly she returned home. She bent over her husband, who still slept. Her warm, devoted kiss awakened him, and words of heartfelt love fell from the lips of both. Now she was gentle and strong as a wife can be, and from her lips came the words of faith. Whatever he doeth is right and best. Then her husband asked, From whence hast thou all at once derived such strength and comforting faith? And as she kissed him and her children, she said, It came from God, through my child in the grave. Children's prattle. At a rich merchant's house, there was a children's party, and the children of rich and great people were there. The merchant was a learned man, for his father had sent him to college, and he had passed his examination. His father had been at first only a cattle dealer, but always honest and industrious, so that he had made money, and his son, the merchant, had managed to increase his store. Clever as he was, he had also a heart, but there was less said of his heart than of his money. All descriptions of people visited at the merchant's house, well-born, as well as intellectual, and some who possessed neither of these recommendations. Now it was a children's party, and there was children's prattle, which always is spoken freely from the heart. Among them was a beautiful little girl, who was terribly proud, but this had been taught her by the servants, and not by her parents, who were far too sensible people. Her father was groom of the chambers, which is a high office at court, and she knew it. I am a child of the court, she said. Now she might just as well have been a child of the cellar, for no one can help his birth. And then she told the other children that she was well born, and said that no one who was not well born could rise in the world. It was no use to read and be industrious, for if a person was not well born, he could never achieve anything. And those whose names end with sen, said she, can never be anything at all. We must put our arms akimbo and make the elbow quite pointed, so as to keep these Zen people at a great distance. And then she stuck out her pretty little arms and made the elbows quite pointed to show how it was to be done. And her little arms were very pretty, for she was a sweet-looking child. But the little daughter of the merchant became very angry at this speech, for her father's name was Peterson, and she knew that the name ended in sen, and therefore she said as proudly as she could, "But my papa can buy $100 worth of bonbons and give them away to children. Can your papa do that?" "Yes, and my papa," said the little daughter of the editor of a paper. "My papa can put your papa and everybody's papa into the newspaper. All sorts of people are afraid of him, my mamma says, for he can do as he likes with the paper." And the little maiden looked exceedingly proud, as if she had been a real princess, who may be expected to look proud. But outside the door, which stood ajar, was a poor boy, peeping through the crack of the door. He was of such a lowly station that he had not been allowed even to enter the room. He had been turning the spit for the cook, and she had given him permission to stand behind the door and peep in at the well-dressed children, who were having such a merry time within, and for him that was a great deal. "Oh, if I could be one of them," thought he, and then he heard what was said about names, which was quite enough to make him more unhappy. His parents at home had not even a penny to spare to buy a newspaper, much less could they write him one. And worse than all, his father's name, and of course his own, ended in sen, and therefore he could never turn out well, which was a very sad thought. But after all, he had been born into the world, and the station of life had been chosen for him. Therefore he must be content. And this is what happened on that evening. Many years passed, and most of the children became grown-up persons. There stood a splendid house in the town, filled with all kinds of beautiful and valuable objects. Everybody wished to see it, and people even came in from the country round to be permitted to view the treasures it contained. Which of the children whose prattle we have described could call this house his own? One would suppose it very easy to guess. No, it is not so very easy. The house belonged to the poor little boy who had stood on that night behind the door. He had really become something great, although his name ended in sen, for it was Thorwaldsen. And the three other children, the children of good birth, of money, and of intellectual pride, well, they were respected and honoured in the world, for they had been well provided for by birth and position, and they had no cause to reproach themselves with what they had thought and spoken on that evening long ago, for after all, it was mere children's prattle. The Farmyard, Cock and the Weathercock. There were two cocks, one on the dunghill, the other on the roof. They were both arrogant, but which of the two rendered most service? Tell us your opinion. We'll keep to ours just the same, though. The poultry yard was divided by some planks from another yard, in which there was a dunghill, and on the dunghill lay and grew a large cucumber, which was conscious of being a hotbed plant. "One is born to that," said the cucumber to itself. "Not all can be born cucumbers. There must be other things too. The hens, the ducks, and all the animals in the next yard are creatures too. Now I have a great opinion of the yard cock on the plank. He is certainly of much more importance than the weathercock, who is placed so high and can't even creak, much less crow. The latter has neither hens nor chicks, and only thinks of himself and perspires verdigris. No, the yard cock is really a cock. His step is a dance, his crowing is music, and wherever he goes, one knows what a trumpeter is like. If he would only come in here, even if he ate me up stump, stalk, and all, and I had to dissolve in his body, it would be a happy death," said the cucumber. In the night there was a terrible storm. The hens, chicks, and even the cock sought shelter. The wind tore down the planks between the 2 yards with a crash. The tiles came tumbling down, but the weathercock sat firm. He did not even turn round, for he could not, and yet he was young and freshly cast, but prudent and sedate. He had been born old, and did not at all resemble the birds flying in the air, the sparrows and the swallows. No, he despised them, these mean little piping birds, these common whistlers. He admitted that the pigeons, large and white and shining like mother o' pearl, looked like a kind of weathercock, but they were fat and stupid, and all their thoughts and endeavours were directed to filling themselves with food, and besides, they were tiresome things to converse with. The birds of passage had also paid the weathercock a visit, and told him of foreign countries, of airy caravans and robber stories that made one's hair stand on end. All this was new and interesting, that is, for the first time, but afterwards, as the weathercock found out, they repeated themselves and always told the same stories, and that's very tedious, and there was no one with whom one could associate, for one and all were stale and small-minded. "The world is no good," he said. "Everything in it is so stupid." The weathercock was puffed up, and that quality would have made him interesting in the eyes of the cucumber if it had known it. But it had eyes only for the yard cock, who was now in the yard with it. The wind had blown the planks, but the storm was over. "What do you think of that crowing?" said the yard cock to the hens and chickens. It was a little rough. It wanted elegance. And the hens and chickens came up on the dunghill, and the cock strutted about like a lord. "Garden plant," he said to the cucumber, and in that one word his deep learning showed itself, and it forgot that he was pecking at her and eating it up. A happy death. The hens and the chickens came, for where one runs the others run too. They clucked and chirped and looked at the cock, and were proud that he was of their kind. "Cock-a-doodle-doo," he crowed. "The chickens will grow up into great hens at once if I cry it out in the poultry yard of the world." And hens and chicks clucked and chirped, and the cock announced a great piece of news. A cock can lay an egg, and do you know what's in that egg? A basilisk. No one can stand the sight of such a thing. People know that, and now you know it too. You know what is in me, and what a champion of all cocks I am. With that the yard cock flapped his wings, made his comb swell up, and crowed again, and they all shuddered, the hens, and the little chicks, but they were very proud that one of their number was such a champion of all cocks. They clucked and chirped till the weathercock heard. He heard it, but he did not stir. Everything is very stupid, the weathercock said to himself. The yard cock lays no eggs, and I am too lazy to do so. If I liked, I could lay a wind egg, but the world is not worth even a wind egg. Everything is so stupid. I don't want to sit here any longer. With that the weathercock broke off, but he did not kill the yard cock, although the hen said that had been his intention. And what is the moral? Better to crow than to be puffed up and break off. The daisy. Now listen. In the country, close by the high road, stood a farmhouse. Perhaps you have passed by and seen it yourself. There was a little flower garden with painted wooden palings in front of it. Close by was a ditch. On its fresh green bank grew a little daisy. The sun shone as warmly and brightly upon it as on the magnificent garden flowers, and therefore it thrived well. One morning it had quite opened, and its little snow-white petals stood round the yellow centre, like the rays of the sun. It did not mind that nobody saw it in the grass, and that it was a poor, despised flower. On the contrary, it was quite happy, and turned towards the sun, looking upward and listening to the song of the lark high up in the air. The little daisy was as happy as if the day had been a great holiday, but it was only Monday. All the children were at school, and while they were sitting on the forms and learning their lessons, it sat on its thin green stalk and learnt from the sun and from its surroundings how kind God is, and it rejoiced that the song of the little lark expressed so sweetly and distinctly its own feelings. With a sort of reverence, the daisy looked up to the bird that could fly and sing, but it did not feel envious. I can see and hear, it thought. The sun shines upon me, and the forest kisses me. How rich I am. In the garden close by grew many large and magnificent flowers, and strange to say, the less fragrance they had, the haughtier and prouder they were. The peonies puffed themselves up in order to be larger than the roses, but size is not everything. The tulips had the finest colours, and they knew it well too, for they were standing bolt upright like candles, that one might see them the better. In their pride, they did not see the little daisy, which looked over to them and thought, how rich and beautiful they are. I am sure the pretty bird will fly down and call upon them. Thank God that I stand so near and can at least see all the splendour. And while the daisy was still thinking, the lark came flying down crying tweet, but not to the peonies and tulips, no, into the grass to the poor daisy. Its joy was so great that it did not know what to think. The little bird hopped round it and sang, how beautifully soft the grass is, and what a lovely little flower with its golden heart and silver dress is growing here. The yellow centre in the daisy did indeed look like gold, while the little petals shone as brightly as silver. How happy the daisy was! No one has the least idea. The bird kissed it with its beak, sang to it, and then rose again up to the blue sky. It was certainly more than a quarter of an hour before the daisy recovered its senses. Half ashamed, yet glad at heart, it looked over to the other flowers in the garden. Surely they had witnessed its pleasure and the honour that had been done to it. They understood its joy. But the tulips stood more stiffly than ever, Their faces were pointed and red because they were vexed. The peonies were sulky. It was well that they could not speak, otherwise they would have given the daisy a good lecture. The little flower could very well see that they were ill at ease, and pitied them sincerely. Shortly after this, a girl came into the garden with a large sharp knife. She went to the tulips and began cutting them off, one after another. "Ugh," sighed the daisy. "That is terrible. Now they are done for." The girl carried the tulips away. The daisy was glad that it was outside, and only a small flower. It felt very grateful. At sunset, it folded its petals and fell asleep, and dreamt all night of the sun and the little bird. On the following morning, when the flower once more stretched forth its tender petals like little arms towards the air and light, the daisy recognized the bird's voice. But what it sang sounded so sad. Indeed, the poor bird had good reason to be sad, for it had been caught and put into a cage close by the open window. It sang of the happy days when it could merrily fly about, of fresh green corn in the fields, and of the time when it could soar almost up to the clouds. The poor lark was most unhappy as a prisoner in a cage. The little daisy would have liked so much to help it, but what could be done? Indeed, that was very difficult for such a small flower to find out. It entirely forgot how beautiful everything around it was, how warmly the sun was shining, and how splendidly white its own petals were. It could only think of the poor captive bird, for which it could do nothing. Then 2 little boys came out of the garden. One of them had a large sharp knife, like that with which the girl had cut the tulips. They came straight towards the little daisy, which could not understand what they wanted. "Here is a fine piece of turf for the lark," said one of the boys, and began to cut out a square round the daisy, so that it remained in the centre of the grass. "Pluck the flower off," said the other boy, and the daisy trembled for fear, for to be pulled off meant death to it, and it wished so much to live, as it was to go with the square of turf into the poor captive lark's cage. "No, let it stay," said the other boy. "It looks so pretty." And so it stayed, and was brought into the lark's cage. The poor bird was lamenting its lost liberty and beating its wings against the wires, and the little daisy could not speak or utter a consoling word, much as it would have liked to do so. So the forenoon passed. "I have no water," said the captive lark. "They have all gone out and forgotten to give me anything to drink. My throat is dry and burning. I feel as if I had fire and ice within me, and the air is so oppressive. Alas, I must die, and part with the warm sunshine, the fresh green meadows, and all the beauty that God has created." And it thrust its beak into the piece of grass to refresh itself a little. Then it noticed the little daisy, and nodded to it, and kissed it with its beak, and said, "You must also fade in here, poor little flower. You and the piece of grass are all they have given me in exchange for the whole world, which I enjoyed outside. Each little blade of grass shall be a green tree for me, each of your white petals a fragrant flower. Alas, you only remind me of what I have lost." I wish I could console the poor lark, thought the daisy. It could not move one of its leaves, but the fragrance of its delicate petals streamed forth and was much stronger than such flowers usually have. The bird noticed it, although it was dying with thirst, and in its pain tore up the green blades of grass but did not touch the flower. The evening came, and nobody appeared to bring the poor bird a drop of water. It opened its beautiful wings and fluttered about in its anguish. A faint and mournful tweet, tweet was all it could utter. Then it bent its little head towards the flower, and its heart broke for want and longing. The flower could not, as on the previous evening, fold up its petals in sleep. It dropped sorrowfully. The boys only came the next morning. When they saw the dead bird, they began to cry bitterly, dug a nice grave for it, and adorned it with flowers. The bird's body was placed in a pretty red box. They wished to bury it with royal honours. While it was alive and sang, they forgot it, and let it suffer want in the cage. Now they cried over it, and covered it with flowers. The piece of turf, with a little daisy in it, was thrown out on the dusty highway. Nobody thought of the flower, which had felt so much for the bird, and had so greatly desired to comfort it. The darning needle. There was once a darning needle who thought herself so fine that she fancied she must be fit for embroidery. "Hold me tight," she would say to the fingers when they took her up. "Don't let me fall. If you do, I shall never be found again. I am so very fine." "That is your opinion, is it?" said the fingers, as they seized her round the body. "See, I am coming with a train," said the darning needle, drawing a long thread after her. But there was no knot in the thread. The fingers then placed the point of the needle against the cook's slipper. There was a crack in the upper leather, which had to be sewn together. "What coarse work," said the darning needle. "I shall never get through. I shall break. I am breaking." And sure enough, she broke. "Did I not say so?" said the darning needle. "I know I am too fine for such work as that." "This needle is quite useless for sewing now," said the fingers. But they still held it fast, and the cook dropped some sealing wax on the needle and fastened her handkerchief with it in front. "So now I am a breastpin," said the darning needle. "I knew very well I should come to honour some day. Merit is sure to rise." And she laughed quietly to herself, for of course no one ever saw a darning needle laugh. And there she sat as proudly as if she were in a state coach, and looked all around her. "May I be allowed to ask if you are made of gold?" she inquired of her neighbour, a pin. "You have a very pretty appearance, and a curious head, although you are rather small. You must take pains to grow, for it is not everyone who has sealing wax dropped upon him." And as she spoke, the darning needle drew herself up so proudly that she fell out of the handkerchief right into the sink, which the cook was cleaning. "Now I am going on a journey," said the needle, as she floated away with the dirty water. "I do hope I shall not be lost." But she really was lost in the gutter. "I am too fine for this world," said the darning needle, as she lay in the gutter. "But I know who I am, and that is always some comfort." So the darning needle kept up her proud behaviour and did not lose her good humour. Then there floated over her all sorts of things, chips and straws and pieces of old newspaper. "See how they sail," said the darning needle. "They do not know what is under them. I am here, and here I shall stick. See, there goes a chip, thinking of nothing in the world but himself. Only a chip. There's a straw going by now. How he turns and twists about. Don't be thinking too much of yourself, or you may chance to run against a stone. There swims a piece of newspaper. What is written upon it has been forgotten long ago, and yet it gives itself airs. I sit here patiently and quietly. I know who I am, so I shall not move. One day something lying close to the darning needle glittered so splendidly that she thought it was a diamond, yet it was only a piece of broken bottle. The darning needle spoke to it because it sparkled and represented herself as a breastpin. "I suppose you are really a diamond," she said. "Why, yes, something of the kind," he replied. And so each believed the other to be very valuable, and then they began to talk about the world and the conceited people in it. "I have been in a lady's workbox," said the darning needle, "and this lady was the cook. She had on each hand 5 fingers, and anything so conceited as these 5 fingers I have never seen. And yet they were only employed to take me out of the box and to put me back again. Were they not high-born?" "High-born," said the darning needle. "No, indeed, but so haughty. They were 5 brothers, all born fingers. They kept very proudly together, though they were of different lengths. The one who stood first in the rank was named a thumb. He was short and thick, and had only 1 joint in his back, and could therefore make but 1 bow. But he said that if he were cut off from a man's hand, that man would be unfit for a soldier. Sweet Tooth, his neighbour, dipped himself into sweet or sour, pointed to the sun and moon, and formed the letters when the fingers wrote. Longman, the middle finger, looked over the heads of all the others. Goldband, the next finger, wore a golden circle round his waist, and little Playman did nothing at all, and seemed proud of it. They were boasters, and boasters they will remain, and therefore I left them. "And now we sit here and glitter," said the piece of broken bottle. At the same moment more water streamed into the gutter, so that it overflowed, and the piece of bottle was carried away. "So he is promoted," said the darning needle. "While I remain here, I am too fine, but that is my pride, and what do I care?" And so she sat there in her pride, and had many such thoughts as these. "I could almost fancy that I came from a sunbeam. I am so fine. It seems as if the sunbeams were always looking for me under the water. Ah, I am so fine that even my mother cannot find me. Had I still my old eye, which was broken off, I believe I should weep. But no, I would not do that. It is not genteel to cry." One day a couple of street boys were paddling in the gutter, for they sometimes found old nails, farthings, and other treasures. It was dirty work, but they took great pleasure in it. "Hallo," cried one, as he pricked himself with the darning needle. "Here's a fellow for you." "I am not a fellow, I am a young lady," said the darning needle. But no one heard her. The sealing wax had come off, and she was quite black. But black makes a person look slender, so she thought herself even finer than before. "Here comes an eggshell sailing along," said one of the boys. So they stuck the darning needle into the eggshell. "White walls, and I am black myself," said the darning needle. "That looks well. Now I can be seen, but I hope I shall not be seasick, or I shall break again." She was not seasick, and she did not break. It is a good thing against seasickness to have a steel stomach, and not to forget one's own importance. Now my seasickness has passed. Delicate people can bear a great deal. Crack went the eggshell as a wagon passed over it, Good heavens, how it crushes, said the Darning Needle. I shall be sick now. I am breaking. But she did not break, though the wagon went over her as she lay at full length, and there let her lie. Delaying is not forgetting. There was an old mansion surrounded by a marshy ditch with a drawbridge which was but seldom let down. Not all guests are good people. Under the roof were loopholes to shoot through, and to pour down boiling water or even molten lead on the enemy should he approach. Inside the house the rooms were very high and had ceilings of beams, and that was very useful considering the great deal of smoke which rose up from the chimney fire where the large, damp logs of wood smouldered. On the walls hung pictures of knights in armour and proud ladies in gorgeous dresses. The most stately of all walked about alive. She was called Metamogen. She was the mistress of the house. To her belonged the castle. Towards the evening robbers came. They killed 3 of her people and also the yard dog, and attached Mrs. Meta to the kennel by the chain, while they themselves made good cheer in the hall and drank the wine and the good ale out of her cellar. Mrs. Meta was now on the chain. She could not even bark. But lo, the servant of one of the robbers secretly approached her. They must not see it, otherwise they would have killed him. Mrs. Metamogen, said the fellow, do you still remember how my father, when your husband was still alive, had to ride on the wooden horse? You prayed for him, but it was no good. He was to ride until his limbs were paralyzed. But you stole down to him, as I steal now to you. You yourself put little stones under each of his feet, that he might have support. Nobody saw it, or they pretended not to see it, for you were then the young, gracious mistress. My father has told me this, and I have not forgotten it. Now I will free you, Mrs. Metamogen. Then they pulled the horses out of the stable and rode off in rain and wind to obtain the assistance of friends. Thus the small service done to the old man was richly rewarded, said Metamogen. Delaying is not forgetting, said the fellow. The robbers were hanged. There was an old mansion. It is still there. It did not belong to Mrs. Metamogen. It belonged to another old noble family. We are now in the present time. The sun is shining on the gilt knob of the tower. Little wooded islands lie like bouquets on the water, and wild swans are swimming round them. In the garden grow roses. The mistress of the house is herself the finest rose petal. She beams with joy, the joy of good deeds, however, not done in the wide world, but in her heart, and what is preserved there is not forgotten. Delaying is not forgetting. Now she goes from the mansion to a little peasant hut in the field. Therein lives a poor paralyzed girl. The window of her little room looks northward. The sun does not enter here. The girl can only see a small piece of field, which is surrounded by a high fence. But today the sun shines here. The warm, beautiful Son of God is within the little room. It comes from the south through the new window, where formerly the wall was. The paralyzed girl sits in the warm sunshine and can see the wood and the lake. The world had become so large, so beautiful, and only through a single word from the kind mistress of the mansion. The word was so easy, the deed so small, she said. The joy it afforded me was infinitely great and sweet, and therefore she does many a good deed. thinks of all in the humble cottages and in the rich mansions, where there are also afflicted ones. It is concealed and hidden, but God does not forget it. Delayed is not forgotten. An old house stood there. It was in the large town with its busy traffic. There are rooms and halls in it, but we do not enter them. We remain in the kitchen, where it is warm and light, clean and tidy. The copper utensils are shining, the table as if polished with beeswax. The sink looks like a freshly scoured meat board. All this a single servant has done, and yet she has time to spare as if she wished to go to church. She wears a bow on her cap, a black bow that signifies mourning. But she has no one to mourn, neither father nor mother, neither relations nor sweetheart. She is a poor girl. One day she was engaged to a poor fellow. They loved each other dearly. One day he came to her and said, "We both have nothing. The rich widow over the way in the basement has made advances to me. She will make me rich, but you are in my heart. What do you advise me to do?" "I advise you to do what you think will turn out to your happiness," said the girl. "Be kind and good to her, but remember this. From the hour we part, we shall never see each other again." Years passed. Then one day she met the old friend and sweetheart in the street. He looked ill and miserable, and she could not help asking him, "How are you?" "Rich and prospering in every respect," he said. "The woman is brave and good, but you are in my heart. I have fought the battle. It will soon be ended. We shall not see each other again now until we meet before God." A week has passed. This morning his death was in the newspaper. That is the reason of the girl's mourning. Her old sweetheart is dead, and has left a wife and 3 stepchildren, as the paper says. It sounds as if there is a crack, but the metal is pure. The black bow signifies mourning. The girl's face points to the same in a still higher degree. It is preserved in the heart and will never be forgotten. Delaying is not forgetting. These are 3 stories you see, 3 leaves on the same stalk. Do you wish for some more trefoil leaves? In the little heart book are many more of them. Delaying is not forgetting. And so, our quest through these timeless tales comes to an end. With the story's final words, you have completed this sleepy quest. May your dreams be filled with magic until the next adventure begins. Rest well, traveller.